And hello to everyone that's out there today. It is I, Taxiomi. Hi, everybody. Hope you're all doing well today. I am full of so much rage at the moment. I like you, Jack, and also hello, Patchwork, and hello, Ben. Hope you guys are doing well today. A DS9 movie and a popcorn bucket. There we go. I'm just like, I need to clear that. I am perceiving the panda. I'm perceiving you. I am staring at you. Actually, I was just watching a little video about how absolutely bastardous AI data centers are. Specifically, how they're using really shitty, like, laws. Actually, permits. To get around any kind of regulations and shit. And literally just pumping out all this crap. Into the air. With no regard to, like, people's safety. Or any input from, like, the communities that they're, like, in. Very interesting little watch. And very much just like, oh, they're just literally trying to, it's like they're just literally trying to destroy everything, and it's just like, just give me a blunt object and point me in their general direction. Your water and your soundscape. I know. Creepy rich doomsday cult watch. It was actually a very interesting watch to see that how these data centers literally have like all these little just like pull-up generators essentially that run off of fossil fuels, and how it's just emitting all this crap into the area. And it's just like, and these communities had no idea that this was even happening until it was like already getting built. Because the permits that they're going with are permits that are supposed to be more for like, for places for opening up like a laundromat. And it's one of those things, it's like an AI data center is not a laundromat. It's like, go fuck yourself. It's just, How do you pollute the soundscape? By producing so much intense. No, I've even heard about that too. Like, it's awful. It's absolutely disgusting, like, how unhealthy it is to even be anywhere near it. And it's like, and we're talking about producing so much energy that it could literally produce enough energy for, like, hundreds of millions of homes annually. And it's being used just for this data center, and I'm over here like, I hate everything about this. I'm like, I want to burn this into the ground because I hate this so much. Which is why I definitely had a very harsh thing to reply and just be like, if you support AI in any way, you are honestly a terrible person. It's like, I don't care anymore. It's like, you really need to understand that supporting AI in any degree at this point is basically supporting companies destroying everything. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. I mean, there are definitely some people that I get really leery about still playing certain games that I'm like, they're using AI assets and you need to stop playing this game. And I feel like I'm going to start being a little bit more pointed about some of that stuff with them if it just gets to a point where it's just like, could you just please stop? They build them in to pay for the energy costs. Oh yeah, I did actually hear about people having to go onto, what was it, boil water warning, like, for their areas too. And everyone's like, oh, AI. So yeah, I was just kind of watching that little video and just literally being like, okay, I was so mad. I was like, this needs to be shared, and people need to understand just like how detrimental this is to us. It's just a closed system. It's like, I don't even care if it was a closed system. What matters is the fact that this closed system is using up so much energy that could be used for something actually more helpful, like powering our homes. Because there are places around this country in which there is an energy shortage. And I'm over here being like, and you're wanting to waste it on the hallucination machine, essentially. Which, let's not even talk about the fact that there's already research papers about how ChatGPT literally makes you more of like a sociopath, essentially. You're less likely to critically think about your choices. You're less likely to want to like actually apologize for anything. Like, literally, it lies to you about, even if you're wrong about something, that it tries to convince you that you're right instead. And let's face it, there are times in which you really need to just be like, yeah, I fucked up on that. And that's just how that is. So it's like, it's for a product that doesn't even improve our lives. Objection! Anyways. Also, hi Cola, how are you doing? But why better the world when you can actively destroy it, generate an image that a real artist could do even better? It's so funny how people want to act like as if this is all about accessibility too, and I'm over here being like, the thing that's always been a bit of a problem is that we try to treat art like it's a skill, and it's like, it can be, but for the most part, art is just something that you just do. You have fun with it, and you move on. You don't have to be good at it, just draw for the fun of it. Some people are going to be really good at it, some people are not. And you know what? It doesn't fucking matter. You don't have to be good. Anyways. It enables you to worse mental diseases. Yeah. I swear to God, I could... This is like a big soapbox for me. Like... Sometimes I wish I could actually be more of an activist. Sometimes I wish I could make it my job. I would be legitimately this way of like, I wish I could actually be like a full-on activist of just being like, I would love to be able to just kind of just actually do something about some of this shit. Cause I'm like, I really hate how this continues to be a problem. And it's just like, actionable things need to happen. And part of me is also getting a little bit tired of the whole thing of like, oh, you have to just vote better. I'm like, we've been trying to vote better for decades at this point, sweetie. It's like, this isn't a, oh, we can correct this if we just vote better. It's like, no, we need to take actual actionable actions to where people do more things, or at least accept the fact that certain uncomfortable things will just have to happen. And it's just like, you know what? Fine. And I'm willing to say that out loud because I'm over here just being like, look, sometimes you just have to admit that there are things that that things have to happen. And we have to basically get to the people that are making these problems and just being like, you need to stop. Anyways. Soapbox, I can do this all day. That's been my day. Not to mention, like, this entire week for me has also just been so bad because I have been, like, so sick. I wouldn't say I was, like, sick. I have been kind of just, like, bothered by a lot of the weather. Like, my ears have been all fucked up. I have been feeling like crap. I'm pretty sure it's like the air pressure has also been really bad because like we've been getting so much storms lately. So I've been feeling not well since like I have not been feeling well this week. Like today I actually felt pretty okay and I still took an extra long nap because I was just like, you know what? I'm going to treat myself to more rest. Because this has already been like such an exhausting week for me. I've been hurting a lot the whole week. Oh, I'm sorry, Jackie. I'm sorry, Jack. Also, hi, Izzy. I should have said hi earlier. I love seeing Izzy. They're so sweet. Also, Patchwork, I would gladly give you a baseball bat. You know where one of them is at? And you know what makes me mad too? Is that there is one in Abilene. And they call it the Stargate. Like the Stargate Center. And I hate it. Because I love that show. I love that series. It makes me happy. And the fact that they have the gall. Also, hi, Fatbird. They have the gall to call it something that I love for something so inherently evil. And then I'm over here being like, well, technically speaking, I guess the Stargate is kind of evil because it's used by the Goa'uld. Which it probably would be better if they just called themselves the Goa'uld Center, which would be like, that's more appropriate, but still. Also, totally agree, Izzy. I had physical therapy on Monday and my knees has been killing me since. Doesn't help I walk to work. Ugh. I'm sorry, Patchwork. I'll give you so much soup if I can. Something. Stop it. I may have to take a trip then. Do it! I'm doing good. I'm just being very spicy right now, Fatbird. Being very spicy with very, like, my hot opinions about AI data centers and how they are absolutely awful things and should not exist. They should be dismantled. They should not be there at all. See me in the area? No, you didn't. Exactly. Oh, God. I don't know. I think it's... Aw. I think it's a good... I feel like there's also a little bit of a... It's good for us to share this outrage, too. Because sometimes it feels like... Sometimes it kind of feels like people get a little bit too much of this, like, yes, we all agree on this. I'm like, I don't think you understand. This is something that needs to be constantly put out there to a point to where it is this incessant voice of being like, I don't think you understand. We are so against this that it's like we are so against this, we are willing to fight about it, essentially. Like, I'm willing to fight about a lot of these issues myself to a point of just being like, not only is this bad for us, like, it's also going to kill us if we just ignore it. And I'm like, I don't want to continue to ignore it. Anyways. I finished watching Backrooms. I won't spoil it, of course. Ooh, nice. I don't know much about Backrooms, honestly. I do highly recommend it. Wow. Well, I'll have to put that on my, like, list of what probably feels like a gazillion things I should eventually watch. Like, I just finally finished watching Demon Slayer myself. I still need to watch the movie that finishes it off because Demon Slayer is just this cute little anime that I was enjoying. And there's still other animes that I want to, like, actually catch up on and watching. And being like, but this makes me feel good. So I'm just like, also, hi, Foxbot. Where were you? You should have been here when I was getting on my entire soapbox about things earlier. Animes, exactly. What soapbox? Oh, you know, dismantling AI data centers, how awful they are. You know, that kind of stuff. Also have animes that you should be watching right now. Do you know how many animes I probably should be watching right now? A lot. There's a lot of them that I should be watching right now. And it makes me sad that I'm just like, I feel so behind. It's only been recently that I'm just like, oh, thank God I can actually finally start doing this. At least 2 lewd ones. God. Kind of, honestly, if you think about it. Actually, yeah. I mean, especially for some of these people that live in these communities, I wouldn't be too surprised if they eventually just start doing that. Printed on shampoo bottles forevermore. I am going to toss you, Ben. Let me think. What am I doing? that were burned down in the past. Data centers don't employ a lot of people, so a lot less chance of harm or person if you leave them on fire. Oh, actually, that kind of reminds me of that really large warehouse that was burnt down, like filled with like paper goods. And we're talking about a warehouse that's like city blocks long and wide, essentially. Like, this thing is massive. And the paper goods, like this paper goods warehouse employed like 20 people for something that's probably like you could measure it in miles, essentially. Because this guy just wasn't getting paid enough in order to be there. 10-mile wide warehouse that was owned by... Yeah, and I loved it. And how he just basically just had a Zippo lighter and just kept lighting things on fire as he just kind of walked through aisles. And I'm over here just being like... You know what? Bravo, dude. I am so for you. I know at least 4 different ways to make it look like an accident. He wasn't even employed by them. He was employed by a subcontractor for the building security company. Which is even... the stuff he burnt down was insured. I mean, yes, but... We're out of a job. I don't know. I still feel like the message needs to be put out there. That it's just like, yeah, it's insured, but like... It's one of those things where it's like, if you don't actually, as he said, it's like, if you don't pay people enough, it's very much a, well, this is going to continue to happen. We should torch their houses, not their warehouses. I mean, I'm certainly not opposed to such things, but you know. Okay, that's enough of me just being an absolute goblin right now. Being such a goblin right now. Okay, I need to actually get started on this. Is this actually a logic simulator game? But you know what? We're still gonna do it anyways. Because I love this game. I think this game is neat. Ooh, that's right. I have the wind still on. Ace Attorney Investigations! Hold on. There's like one thing I need to do. Because I'm realizing I forgot to turn that off. We're going to continue because this is where we are. Ooh. Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenro and Miss Mealy, I'm able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenro in private. So I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? I see a certain state. Yeah, I saw him too. And he depresses me. Also, hi Thorn. I'm gonna smooch you. That's nice. It has backgrounds of the current chapter you're on. Yeah! That was actually neat. I didn't realize it would do that. Must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Francesca, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I'm needed, and wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Francesca von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this investigation? It would be a bit of relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. Oh! It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue, but I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? It's all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Francesca, do you honestly believe that I killed the man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. Well, Karma himself was a criminal. Look. We're not gonna talk about that. Also, hi, Chozo. Hold on. Also, thank you so much for the resubs, Chozo and Ben. You guys are sweet. Oh. That's as it should be. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. I just ate something recently. And it's still trying to settle in my stomach, so I'm just like, ugh. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? Too slow. Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Yeah, yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Francesca is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you. Alright, what's going on? Initial investigation. So how is the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. Also, hi! I spy a cute-ass panda. You're a cutie! Bite you. Little fox tummy. Ugh. Hydrating! I do actually have a freshly opened can of Dr. Pepper. Ah, delicious. Also, if you guys are interested, there is a hype train going on. I so rarely get them too, so it's always funny when I see them. I'm just like, tee hee. And we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Francesca. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh, how so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kinda creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something. And I'd come in advance to wait your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. Miss Von Karma just kinda popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident? No details? It's kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Yes, it's high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Isn't he cute? Look at him! He's just this big old dummy, like... What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. I want to ride a plane someday and go overseas. Have you never been to another country before, Detective? Nope, not yet, sir. I don't even have a passport. But I've been saving up for the eventual someday, a penny a day to be precise. At that rate, he won't be making any trips until well after retirement. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sights of so many planes. I'm all excited to see this many planes too. Just look at the size of these things. Do you like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wings and the tail wing is really something, huh? It seems that this child derives his It seems that this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect. Oh, but I also got a thing for the shape of the wings, too. Here, mister, you can stand next to me, so about the plane's wing. Thank you, Detective, for leaving me out of this conversation. A shape like that for someone who barely eats. I like to think that Edgeworth, like, throws some mini sandwiches at him. Out of guilt that he just doesn't eat well enough. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. In Soviet Russia, world flags, lunchboxes eat you. Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta get him some water. Found it, whoa. I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. For my next Leap movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock so many boxers. Yeah, good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. Completely ignoring me as usual. Oh geez, this guy might be dying of radiation. I mean, this guy is actually, like, a creep. Like, a certified creep, in all honesty. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I'd be pretty scared, too, if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir. Want too many minutes sitting in front of his monitor reading 4chan threads? Probably. He really does come off that way, I'm not gonna lie. I did it! I made it the whole flight! I'm not scared of turbulence anymore! This life vest is proof I made it alive! It's not my prized possession! How could you just take that from the plane? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with murder, at least. Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. Oh, I've always wanted to give their steak lunch a try. What should I go with? I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags. If you really want one that badly, Detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one? Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Alright then, I'm really gonna get one. Here I go! Excuse me, miss. I'll take Star Spangled Banner lunchbox, please. I hope he's aware that's the most expensive one on the menu. Okay, I'll be honest that I love a lot of this cute little dialogue on the side. I can't believe there's no one manning the counter when a murder has just occurred. Relax, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm here. I'll make sure nothing else happens. You are precisely why I can't relax. One too many minutes. Mostly from the terrorists, but don't worry about that. Stop that. It's time to run! I mean, just look at her. She honestly just looks like she just murders somebody out of sheer boredom. So you must be the captain. Why, yes I am, and who might you be? I am the prodigy prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain, getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. Get it? Cammy meal. You know, because she's so chill, like chamomile tea. I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person. So you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip. Ah! Oh. Why, hello, Yuffie dog. Let me give you a quick shout out. Stop playing and eat your artifact. Yeah. I would, if I know what you're talking about, cries. Hello, Raiders. I'm Doxyomi if you don't know me, and I'm just a big fat cuddly panda. Just playing some Ace Attorney Investigations. Actually, for the first time. I've never even knew this was a game series until like only like a few years ago. I bought the game eventually, and now I'm actually just like, you know what, I'll stream it and just have fun with this. But hello, welcome on in. How's Baldur's Gate 3? Do you know that's another game I've been meaning to actually finish? And I keep getting, well, it's not really I get stuck at Act 1, I have a hard time getting past Act 1 and then continuing the game. My first time actually playing through it. To me, it has like the Skyrim effect for me of I play through it so to a certain degree, and then I just kind of get distracted because there's so much crap you can do in that game. A long time ago with a friend, and then got stuck at the beginning of Act 1. Oh, it's fine. It's okay. I still need to figure out what class I really want to play through. I really like the idea of starting with Sorcerer, but I love being a bit of a skill monkey too. So it's like, I should theoretically play as a rogue, but I don't want to be I still like the idea of having a magic along with it. And it's just like, so much I want to do, and it's so hard. So I'm doing a new character and just playing it. Probably the best way of doing it. As an odd paladin. Ooh. Honestly, I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is a really good way of just... let me think. Sorry, my brain was just like, I would say that like the best thing that you can do is it's a good way of being able to test out tabletop RPGs without needing anyone else. Like, it's kind of like if you want to get a feel for how it goes, this is a great way of doing it and seeing how it see how it feels to you. If you like it, then you might like actual tabletop RPGs. If you don't, then you probably will never like tabletop RPGs. But that's like That's like my thought on that. There is some achievement for being level 1 of every class on one character without respecking. I know why. I know why that's an achievement, because that's actually a reference to oh god, I forget which specific like tabletop RPG group, like podcast group, but there is this one guy that literally was like, can I multi-spec? And like people are like, yeah, sure, whatever. And he literally multi-spec'd into every conceivable class. Well, every conceivable like basic class that was there, essentially. And how he was talking about his life story is like he tried to do all these different things and was so bad at each one of them. And just as like doesn't stay. It's just like kept having to like try different things essentially because of how bad he was in each one of those. You could probably imagine it's not a very good idea of a class, but it's hilarious to do. Hold on. Also, I want to take a quick look at you. I love your little profile pic thingy. Oh, it's so cute. I just want to pet it. I want to like squish that face and be like, you change your class to a new one. 12 levels is the game's limit without mods, and there are 12 classes. Oh, that's so awful. That seems like such a terrible idea. Okay, I should actually at least try to do something. Now see here! Sorry. I'm so sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? Bow wows. I'll bow wow you. Adorable. Okay. It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you! Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Did you finish taking his statement yet? Yep, all done, sir. I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? So LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. Carno do that, cargo wrote. Stop it. Jack, I'm going to toss you. And then smooch you on your cheek. From folk costumes to stone statues, I saw all kinds of arts. Folk costumes? Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. It certainly does. For there to be this much blood on this piece of cloth, was the victim wrapped in it at some point? There's something very familiar about this fabric pattern. Whew. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh, it's a Borginian cloth. As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from all the seas for more. Well, famous exporter Borginia, its beautiful pattern has been soiled by blood. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier. Oh, no. My cargo this time is much mini gigantic. Oh, I'm curious. Oh, yeah, it is amazingly horrible. Oh, what kind of paladin are you playing, though, as Yuffie? I'm very curious. Also, hello, Draconian. How are you doing? Actually, I've been really tempted to play as a paladin. Paladin sounds really interesting for me. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of you police, it is no good. It is no good that you attendant refuses to exit the attendance room too. That attendant, I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She was taken into the attendance room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of an attendance, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talk, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Oh? Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. The likeliest suspect, Francesca. Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I have to break her line of logic fast. Let's not complicate things, shall we? Let me review everything again. Let's see what I have. It's been at least a hot minute. Alright, so we have this, which means nothing. We also have the travel wallet that only has his passport inside. We have the crime scene notes, in which he was laid out on the body. It was found inside there by 6:15. The phone that's still missing. After this turbulence, spilt during the turbulence, looks like footprints and something being dragged. To transfer cargo and refill a transport. Hicks was there in his seat when he took off again at 5 AM. Okay, so we don't really have anything to say, so...
Hold it!
Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit? I like my affairs to be simple and perfect. I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes. Hey, you say that like you're cooking a pack of instant ramen. I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence. I see she hasn't changed a bit, but I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily. It was here, in this very lounge, the body was discovered.
Hold it!
So tell me, Francesca, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you. And nothing more? Are you saying there is more I need to know? God, why did you whip me, sir? Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped. It would appear that Francesca doesn't have all the facts of this case yet. Until his body was found. It was here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. Actually, I think we actually have a way of telling her that, but that's not where this crime scene was. This was used to transport the body.
Objection!
Yay! My logic prevails! It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body. I love how ugly this looks. It's so awful. Meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me. All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be the killer simply chose the suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. Oh god, I remember this song. This is the exact same song that I remember a meme being done, where it's literally like Miles Edgeworth dancing, and it's like, ah, you fool, you stupid ass fool. It's like, I can't believe that you don't even have all the evidence if you would simply look up this updated autopsy report kind of thing. And I'm just like, oh, they use this music. I love it. You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way. But did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there is proof of that? Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around?
Take that!
The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Fun fact! Apparently, even in the original Japanese, it's still grape juice. Somebody actually explained this to me, that grape juice is apparently like one of the creators' like favorite drinks. And so they just kind of made this entire almost like parody of wine, but they just made it grape juice, even in just this part of it. Because remember, this game is still showing dead bodies, blood, like, it's really funny that it's just like, why would they have a problem with alcohol if we're literally seeing dead bodies and blood? I spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where's the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? Right here. Like...
Take that!
This mark here, wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? I suppose. Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit the turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit the patch of turbulence and flew out the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. Well, actually, wasn't the... Hold on. After the turbulence... Ah, yes, hold on. Yeah, you prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit the turbulence. But that's not according to the piece of evidence that we have concerning it because of the glass. At least if I'm understanding this. Yeah.
Objection!
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into an account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? This Captain Ugo plant, piggy bank, is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then, what about the blood of the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick up the piggy bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pockets to be precise. I'm sorry. I really like how he's just like sprawled out here. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Akvi Hicks. You there! Yes, ma'am? Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any traces of blood. I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir. If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside the suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There's one more possibility, and that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real murder weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish! The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence, by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means that the killer had the key to the display case. Francesca, the person you're talking about... Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well, permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intentions of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tenro is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. That blue over there leads to the flight attendant's room, sir. Alright, let's go see what Miss Tenero has to say for herself. Ah. It's so cozy. So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Miss Tenero? Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? Alright. What's all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. That's our lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth. Old crowns and swords and necklaces? It's like a treasure trove in here, sir! The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried onto to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Yugo to send its metal detectors out for repairs. And what are inside these boxes? Oh, those are some souvenirs I bought in Borginia. There's so many! There's even a second box! Well, yes, I find that folk art from around the world does great things for my creativity. The suitcases certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity. It's one of those suitcases designed by Miss Tenero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a single scratch on it. So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers? Wait, detective. It would be uncouth of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murderous draft, and I can sense a whip not far behind. What exactly is this panel for? Ah, that's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We used it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open. Interesting. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain that the well-kept one on top belongs to Miss Tenero. Yeah, bottom is a giant mess! You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man! You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy? There are some things in life best kept to yourself, detective. Alright, enough fucking around. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What? What do you mean? The captain. He only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Mealy. Yes, and on top of that... I'm sorry, not Mealy, Chamomile. So it's just Miss Meal. I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tenero, is it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please, answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Francesca seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You were saying it was the work then? It was for work then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Miss Tenero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. That thing. Is it this thing? If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero. Oh, that suitcase. Yes, about the suitcase. You're the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else out about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, well, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there. The last one there. So you're saying, Miss Tenero, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes. They're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. Midakai, hello. How are you doing, you sweetie? I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? Panda babe, making me blush. I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? How should I put this delicately? It's hideous. What? Maybe that was a bit too direct. I'm sorry. Just being like, it is hideous, but still. Moving on, my issue with the suitcase isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. She used it for a long time? I think not. Miss Tenero, I appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used it for a very long time. What proof? This has not been used for nearly as long as Miss Tenero says.
Take that!
Tell me, Miss Tenero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? What's the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her designing sense, the sales number made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who brought the suitcase was... Who bought the suitcase was you.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenro? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed... It's just so ugly. You know what, though? You know what's really funny, though? Suitcases like this, though, you would notice it so fast. Like, I wouldn't buy this because I liked it. I would buy it because it would be so easy to spot. And it would stick out so much. And you would know that no one else would buy something like this either. Like, this would be one of those things of like, no one would want to steal this suitcase because it's so obvious and so ugly. It's just like, it would just be kind of like, you could walk up to them and just be like, yeah, I know you didn't. But like, that's my suitcase. No one owns a suitcase like that other than me. It hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly the design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous. I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either. You know, it's a hideous design. But it stands out. It serves the purpose of what it should do. We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight? I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. Oh. This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 a.m. That's gonna be very helpful. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenro, where are these other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcases the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to... Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers to their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Miss Tenro, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator? The only other way is just through that door there. And what about security? That door has no special lock installed because, just to enter this room, you need a special keycard that only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Yes, Francesca? Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that? The suitcase came from the cargo hold? That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I have said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard. Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier and she had this to say. Francesca got information out of Miss Meal. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required. A different one. Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenro, and only you. Ah. What? Is this true, Miss Tenro? Yes, I keep that keycard in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. I don't believe it! What's wrong? The keycard, it's gone! Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that! You can tell us all about it. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Francesca, I know you are the lead investigator on this case. However, hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. Woo! Things are definitely starting to progress interestingly. Ooh, we're in the lower decks. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big! Oh. This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating. So is this the real scene of the murder? There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Investigating! Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belongs to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? I still think this place was supposed to be a ship, but they decided a plane would be a novel. I don't know, some planes can be pretty fucking massive. But, honestly, I'm kind of good either which way, personally. Izzy, how are you doing? How's your day been? Lovely, cute bean. You just had breakfast? Ooh. I do love me a good breakfast. And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. It looks like a profile on Francesca. Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Francisca in his possession? Why would Mr. Hicks had a file on her? Have you noticed anything strange happening around here? No, sir. I haven't noticed a thing. Not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one, it says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. What kind of operation is this airline running? Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. Ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over. paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Although looking at him, he doesn't look at all that interesting to draw. Wondering how many people I can snipe by drawing Fat Disney's Chernobyl. I love Gumshoe. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200! I think I'll pass. And Miss Tenero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. Wait! I can connect something! I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses! Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glass lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, it is! I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. Well, we have nothing else, so... Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pulls on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Sorry. I love how much he's just like... It's just like... It's like, Gumshoe, I don't have time for this. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Ah! She's an Interpol liaison. Interesting. Interpol is involved. Oh wait, no wait, the guy is from Interpol, isn't he? It's a top secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have. Is that the connection? Is that he has a file because he's with Interpol? Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on... Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francisca? Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir. Francisca said that she'd come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here, and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol agent Hicks. I think Francesca has some explaining to do. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense! What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks, isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they've got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. Ooh. He went undercover to investigate this crime, and it was I who put him on the case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we now have a pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came here to the cargo hold. But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Duh! Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason, of that I am sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francesca, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see, but this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself as a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that, and then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Woo! I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth, but the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenru. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such a high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenru. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. When did the turbulence hit? Brought on the fight and left in the attendance room. The timestamp says 5:40. Let's see. I don't remember when the turbulence hit, though.
Hold it!
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal, or even the captain. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in the hand, much like Scruffy over there. Duh! Can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well, then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal? I thought you might ask about her.
Hold it!
But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenru.
Objection!
It's highly likely? Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you can't call yourself a disciple of my father. Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence, Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenru, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Ungo piggy bank? Yes, she's also the only person with a key to open that display case. There is the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. Well, yes.
Hold it!
But that is the Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless? I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the murder weapon? A good question. I feel like we need to study the body more. Francesca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon? Scruffy? Yes, sir? Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy. Go! Yes, sir. We've got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure. Report now. The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From his shoulder to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back, he was beaten over such a wide area. Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head, the killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Instantaneous death resulting from a blow to the back of the head, bruising from head to mid-back. Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's, was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless! Yeah! Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there! No, you remove yourself from my way! What is all this racket? My luggage, my cargo! They're mine and I demand you return them to me! We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I suppose there's no choice. Finally, I think he gave. Hey, what are you? You have left me with no choice but to use strong force. Ah! You won't get past me. Wait, that's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about. Further, there is the matter of the key to the display case that held the murder's bank. After all, you know we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. Doc said that it's a one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Agent Hicks was on the trail of an international smuggling ring. The weapon couldn't be found. Nobody could find anything that could be considered the real weapon in the hole. Alright, now I have to think about what it is it wants me to do. Maybe that's not important right now. Is there some way for me to prove that this isn't the real murder weapon? As if severely beaten. I guess I could try maybe the cause of death and smuggling, and try to connect those two together. Can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information. Nobody could find anything that can be... Maybe the bruising and missing weapon? Let's try that. Nope. Ugh. No, you're fine. This is where it gets weird. Is there some way for me to prove that this isn't the real murder weapon? Okay. So, okay. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's an extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from the shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you would think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlook from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. What was all that about? What was he trying to jump his way down here? Francisco? What? What are you doing now? I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon. Did you? He really jumped! We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check up on him now, sirs. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. It's coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are prosecuted, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, are you? Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of. This is the real murder weapon.
Take that!
But this is the real weapon, I suppose. What is that supposed to mean, you fool? That was practice just now for when I would show you the real murder weapon. Why don't we add practice whippings to your routine as well? Ugh. Okay, so I don't need to show evidence. In a different way. There's a wide bruise running from the victim's shoulder down to his mid-back. Maybe I should just be focusing on what could cause such a large bruise in one strike. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I shouldn't phrase it as that which caused Agent Hicks' death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what was the real cause of death. Free fall. The victim fell from a giant height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He fell to his death? Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. The murder happened inside the plane. I know. Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... I feel like it ought to be provable by modern forensics, but maybe I'm just giving forensic science too much credit. You also have to remember that this is a game probably made by people that don't have the best grasp on forensic evidence. And so they're just being like, we're doing our best with what we know. Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very large cargo hold. What? Then we're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey you, tell me you aren't dead, pal. Quiet. Why are you screaming? He's alive. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? He would have been a Borgorian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there, so there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there. As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? What can I use to show it that it's possible the box could not have always been there? Oh, I remember this one. No. There we are, this one.
Take that!
You refueled in the Republic of Jingfa. Hi, Pixel. How are you doing, you sweetie? You big cutie that I just want to at. Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zhengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. It's labeled Zhengfa Express! Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhengfa. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time? It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhengfa leg of the flight, making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched. Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Ugh. Some of this logicking is so hard. You're one of the only furry VTubers I know who actually likes my design. What do you mean? But you're so cute. I would just squish your face and bite at you. Because I'm a stinky human. This makes me... this is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Aleph Red Statue. Never heard of it. Nor I, but all I care about is if we could prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Then let's get investigating, sir. Look here! Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission! Don't rush up on me like that, pal! I love Gumshoe, he's just so cute. I don't know, like, as much as I love, like, furry VTubers, like, there's a lot of really nice human VTubers as well, though. Like, although I do admit, I follow mostly furries on Twitch because I'm just, like, kind of awful about that. But there are plenty of, honest to God, like, really decent, just, like, other VTubers out there that are like, you should follow them and you should enjoy their content and just be, like, happy to be there. Mask for mask, many furries are fur for fur. I suppose, to some degree. I think it's also the fact of, like, it's a comfort zone thing. It's just some people don't understand that it's just, like, there's nothing wrong with people that are different from you. It's just, like, yeah, it's okay to have your own little comfort zone, but it doesn't mean that people who are different are, like, not worthy to at least be, like, explored, too. I hope that makes sense. I know that sounds really weird, but it's just like, So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. Oh. I wanted to talk to him. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. I love both human and anther guys in my gay gacha games. I like you being in my gacha game. Smile. Of course it is mine! I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe! This Aleph Red Statue is worth 10 million cents! No, maybe much, much more! Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packs of noodles that makes, Detective. Darn, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distant impression he continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edward, so that 1 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there's a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer. It is a very valuable piece of art. No, there will be no touching. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Zheng Fa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc, I wonder if it might be a fake. What? How dare you say my art is fake? I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things! Those thieves would not dare! I have the certification of my cargo right here! Do you mean Presenting the cargo certification document. Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. $100,000. Hey, I'll take $100,000. I can't read this. What does it say? It says as plain as day. The cargo was brought onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. The statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificate. No, that's... Which means that there never was a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there. Document written in Borginian. Proof that the statue was loaded on board in Europe. What do you mean you can't? It's written in a foreign language. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself. Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I am right. I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Elifred? It gives us such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. The statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. Piece of art being shipped by Mr. LeBlanc, who claims it is worth 10 million cents. I love how it's 10 million cents. Hi, long lost. I believe a closer look is warranted here. It's a fake! Anyways. So this is the infamous Elifred statue. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? I wonder if this was originally 10 million yen in Japanese, so they changed it to cents. It's a possibility that that's a localization thing, but it's still funnier just to say 10 million cents for the fun of it. There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. God, I love Deep Space Nine and having the ability of recalling a very specific episode in which Garrick literally murders a Romulan senator in order to get the Romulans into the war against the Dominion in the most absolutely, like, underhanded way. And Sisko is talking about this and then deletes the entire log because Sisko is like, I could live with this. Delete log. And then that's the episode. Anyways. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. If you want me to feel bad about killing someone, you're not gonna. I love Garrick so much. It makes me want to watch Deep Space Nine again. No, I do, but it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in the field, spinning with my arms out until I felt ill. Was one of the best characters. He was! I really wish that they actually allowed Garrick and Bashir to actually have their fucking gay romance, but that's a whole other soapbox there. That monologue to Bashir was peak. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Sir, they're red! As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc, what do you want? Do you not know I'm a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer. Elifred, I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not? It is the biggest trophy on this European trip. You know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. It sounds like this is gonna be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but what is that sympathy? For what? You'll see, I'd like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelling? Now the... Oh! It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Whoa! Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. A fake? I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake, there must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Zhengfa. And I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. What? Oh, deduce. I'm deducing something. Okay, sorry. I was about to be like, what am I still pointing at? It's like, oh, I need to deduce. You can move down now. Wait, I can't. Oh. Ah. This, right here! Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. That's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way. But the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Zhengfa, there is no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue is smuggled aboard in Zhengfa. But then, what about the cargo certification? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There is only one reason why, to secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true, however, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. And at that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Says statue was loaded on board Europe, but statue is a fake. Investigation completed! I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? Yes, well, this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir. It was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhengfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. It was the monologue to Cisco. Oh, you mean within that same episode where he's just like kind of going off on being like how all it costed to get them to enter the war was one senator's life, essentially. A criminal and the self-respect of a Starfleet captain. That was honestly such a powerful, like, monologue. And kind of really is this, like, the cost of trying to bring in a powerful ally was relatively small, essentially. Don't try to act innocent. All you had to do was to hold... Yep. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe Zhengfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer, move the statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath, now! Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the Aleph Red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction. I see. There was a reaction in luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. Wanted his cake and eat it too. It's also kind of, in my opinion, it's one of those things where it's like, sometimes the fight for good requires some rather questionable things to happen. Was deserved. It was! Garrick did exactly what he wanted him to do, which was get the Romulan Empire to join the war. And he did. The writers knew too, and took one step further to cover the spot of death. Yep! They knew some forensic evidence, but there are some things that is just like, you could probably do a little bit more, but I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up all the blood? I mean, there is this cloth.
Take that!
The killer used this bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhengfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhengfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that's true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zhengfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Miss Meal's testimony. Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Zhengfa. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 AM, you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service call, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. Pixel, you might be getting your wish. But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meal herself. 'Cause she did it. She probably did. This is a really good case. I'm having fun with this one. March 12th, 3:35 PM. Miss Meal. Miss Meal. Do you recall what you said earlier about when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zhengfa? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa. Oh? Miss Cammy Meal. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did? No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Emile. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time because I'm a fucking moron. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Emile. If you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 AM and 6 AM when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, I get it, chamomile. Yep, her name is literally just a pun with that. So that's why how you pronounce her last name would be Meal. Not like Mealy or something, because it's like, it's chamomile. She just looks like she's like from... What is it? The Ring? Just literally being like, Argh! Anyways. Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome there. No, and from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Mealy, wake up! She fell asleep again. It looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. Izzy, can I press you? I feel like someone should test her for drugs.
Hold it!
Miss Mealy, wake up! I'm awake. I'm awake. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant! I asked me to wake her when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use. From 3 to 4, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class and the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 AM. Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda. And what were you doing in the attendance room at the time? Eating and then having a most delicious dream? You mean you were neglecting your duties? No way! Sleeping's part of our job too, you know.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up! I'm awake. I'm awake. Yeah! What did I do? Why did you want me for, sir? Oh, what did I miss? Poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead. Really? Sorry about that. You can make amends by continuing with your testimony. In the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
Hold it!
So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else even popped their heads in to say hi. Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Miss Mealy, there's clearly a contradiction embedded in your testimony. What are you talking about? It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6. Yeah, because she should be there. And left an attendance room.
Take that!
I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. You can press all you like, but you're not gonna get anything out of me. It's fine, I'll still press you anyways, Izzy. A receipt for what? It's for the suitcase Miss Tenero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 AM. Miss Tenero? Yes? Why is the killer here? I thought you had her locked up by now. I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tenero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct? Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which, I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. And did you see Miss Emile there at that time? No. So, Miss Emile, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Meal. The bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know. You take me for a fool. That's a little too convenient to be true. But it's the truth. Cross my breasts. I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage. You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out? No. I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew, but you think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda, too? She's the one in charge of the elevator key card in the shop, you know. And if you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. Only you are under a suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Now I get it. Maybe you got your eye on Miss Rhoda? Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind, but you wanna know something? Miss Rhoda actually kinda I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design. Now it's not the time for this sort of talk.
Hold it!
No, it's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies. But say I wasn't an attendant, you wouldn't suspect me then, would you? Yes, I suppose that's true enough.
Hold it!
She is already being detained for further questioning, or have you already forgotten? Rasami, thank you so much for the 52 months. How are you doing? Oh, yeah, I guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it. I can't believe you would think that. I mean me, a killer? Miss Emile, what did you mean just now by no one else could have done it? She's the one in charge of the elevator key and the shop, you know.
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Miss Emile? I take care of the attendance room. That doesn't count. But I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages. So she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Borginian. She is the only one on this flight who is fluent. You mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Borginian. She's fluent in Borginian. And I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian. Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borginian. Very interesting.
Hold it!
Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes. But why? While Miss Tenero is busy with the passengers and all of her other duties, you have a lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you cease to desist this line of conjectural questioning. I won't allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer. But I do not honestly believe Miss Neal does any actual work aboard this flight. That's not true, Mr. Edgeworth. Although, well, I'm in charge of all the attendance rooms and some Bordinian stuff. Is that right? Does that mean that the certificate is yours?
Objection!
So you are the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct? Yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Borginia for a while. If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who reads it to believe that Miss LeBlanc's statue is loaded in Europe. I like this song, by the way. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Neal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Elif Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you! I'm sorry, that's kind of funny. Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. It is exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on the document. I love how they're using this as like why there are bubbles like appearing out from her hair as Liz sleeping, and it's just her blowing bubbles like some idiot. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really, all you did was sign it. I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So sorry about that. It seems that you've finally woken up. This is going to be one tough flight. Suppose, and this is just one supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. So perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you, I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. She is evil! She's a fucking bitch! You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believe she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicion. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenero from the very beginning. It has to be that.
Take that!
This piece of evidence will answer all of our questions. Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was. Maybe I'm silly. I should really just let things... Okay. If it's not that... Oh, wait a minute. No, it's the suitcase, because she always buys one. And they were trying to hide it in the suitcase, but because it fell open, they had to change their plan.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose this suitcase. You hiccuping? Yes, I am, and it's so... Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. I fill up on gassy drinks. I am drinking soda, actually. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcases be switched with one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whatever was at hand, adapting their plan. And tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. That special circumstance directed the need for the killer to frame someone. The only thing I can think of is the fact that this is an Interpol agent, so they had to act. The killer was at a loss of what to do with Agent Hicks's body. But as it just so happens, there were a bunch of empty suitcases nearby. Being a skinny man, the killer thought to put his body in the suitcase and hand it off. You mean that the whole plan was to frame someone was an elaborate coincidence? No, that's not what I said. You've wrongly deduced my meaning, Miss Mule. The one with the wrong deductions is you. Think before you speak again. I was about to reveal the truth. What special circumstance dictated the need for... I guess where? Because it did happen in the cargo hold. The special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself, but you, Miss Camomile. Only you, and you alone, could be the killer. And... Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. Gah. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? There is! You wanna know, would you like to guess what it is, chat? I remember what it was. Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture.
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. But that's because it went missing and still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzles that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks's cell phone. Or at least that's what you told me. That's right. But Agent Hicks's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. No, because I'm tired. Oh, I will flop on you in bed and cuddle you. You mean the killer took the phone with them? Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer. Come on, get serious. If that victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well? We won't know until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like you to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Agent Hicks's phone! It's ringing from somewhere, sir! I hear it, Detective. Now, where is it coming from? Better find that cell phone fast. We determined that the real crime scene is here, and all that's left is to catch the killer. It sounds like the phone is up in the flight attendant's room. Better hurry to the flight attendant's room, sir. Oh, thank you. The ring's coming from somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. It doesn't seem to be over here. Let's look somewhere else, sir. The ring's coming from in here. The ring's coming from in here, sir. What? No, it can't be. This has got to be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir? It's Miss Tenero's. What? So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone? I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tenero's locker. What? But... Rhoda Tenero? I didn't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's not karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Objection!
Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the key card. When the killer went to steal the key card, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the key card, all right. In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one bird we cannot ignore. What should I do? Francisca's right. I can't offer baseless conjecture at this point. I'll save here for fun. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. This must be the switch that opens the phone. When did they start putting keyboards like this into cell phones? Hey, this is one of those computer cell phones that they started selling recently. Yeah, that they started selling recently. Computer cell phones? Yeah, it's got a computer in it, and it's a cell phone. Neat, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Fake Steve Jobs. Stop it. All you need in a phone is a phone pot, nothing more. I guess yours can't even send out email. Talk about inconvenient. Mel's acting like he's out of touch, boomer, and not in his 20s. Do you have a problem with what I do and do not care for, detective? No, sir. As they say, simple is best. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. Sorry, without a screen, you can't even place a call on it. It's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of his smuggling? Francesca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence of his smuggling case? If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in there for our killer smuggler. But the phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. May I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't about to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Francisca? It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there inside, waiting to be accessed. It's very sad that Edgeworth is acting like a boomer about tech when canonically he's in his 20s. Look, have you seen how he dresses? Like, this guy looks like he didn't realize there was technology until he literally was in his 20s. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Francisca, your phone if you please. Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now. This is... Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case. Hey, the elf red's nowhere in the pic, sir! But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Ouch, she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks's killer, sir. Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? What's all this? Oh! They are a cargo ship from Bordinia to Zhengfei. So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhengfei. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Bordinia. It says... It is cloth in English. Cloth? Could it be... Is this where the killer... What is that? What is that scary face? Mr. Meal. Yeah? It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is. Huh. Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken readings of a simple picture of Mr. Edgeworth. The Virginian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. It's a striking claw!
Take that!
And what is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. I like to think when Cammy switches personality, she goes from dumb valley girl to 50-year-old smoker lady. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I have finally found my answer to this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhengfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with. That's right, the killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Cammy Mule. That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borginian.
Objection!
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then... Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. Yeah, the bed sheets.
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir. Precisely, and bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? So what are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold, so they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhengfa. That's right. That is why the Borginian cloth was used. And the only Borginian reader on board who could make such a calculated decision is you, Cammy Mule. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Zhengfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Mule? Why not confess to your crimes here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhengfa? Oh, was it actually used in Dino Crisis? That's funny. He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. Hello, Rovera. Pixel, you got your wish. She did it! She murdered him! In the Dino Crisis universe? Yes. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, Detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. Was lurking while trying to work on this letter. Aww. Looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I could continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. You know, honestly, if she's like working in first class like this, I wonder if she actually makes like bougie money. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Oh god, the back. Just look at that face. Just look at it staring into your soul. If you say something mean about the suitcase, I swear he already did. He blatantly called it hideous to her face. Okay, as the gift, we don't know. That's... I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. No, I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at GoU Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Now I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue no matter where you go. I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir, but boy, was it fun. You don't have to use it, just accept it. I would use it, only because it would be the most obnoxious suitcase, and nobody could try to claim it as theirs, because more than likely you would be the only person to ever use it, and it would be easy to identify. Because it's this bright-ass fucking color with obnoxious designs, and it's just like, it makes it so easy to find it. It's pretty much gonna be in my last letter, too. Aww. It's understandable. Big hugs to you. Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Francisca? Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure. It's bizarre in that it's rich enough to have Giga Air yachts in its service, but still cheap enough to hand out design jobs to their employees in the guise of a contest for their merch. Is it really that bizarre? I mean, that sounds exactly what they would do. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Karma is always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. Hold on. Francisca, I thought I told you when you first landed I had no time for idle chatter. I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am? You are Francisca Von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect. Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing pirate living her life on the name and fame her invincible father built? True, your father Manfred Von Karma didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture. And that they care enough to insist on the shittiest design when it would be cheaper and smarter to just give your merch a single boring tone. First of all, he was shot. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry, I can take care of myself. First of all, he was shot. Von Karma was indeed shot at one point. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on this case with me. Oh, another agent? He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows, you may even run into him one day. I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths. I suppose. Aw, I hope so too. I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. Yeah, I hope your work finishes quickly. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back in full. And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all of your help and cooperation. I was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisco? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are... Ah, have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Mr. Amano, Ernest Amano, correct? Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. A kidnapping? We have some time. We can actually start maybe another case. Take a quick look around. Let me see. Starting a new case would not be such a bad idea. Sorry, just like seeing some things and just giggling. I kind of like sometimes being able to see what my friends are doing really fast and then just giggling at some of it. Okay. Yeah, I think we could actually do a little bit of the next case. Why not? The Kidnapped Turnabout. Ooh, I think it's time we start this episode, Chatterunos. Episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout. March 13th, 10:11 a.m. It's time. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars. Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. can count on me, sir. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust in a kidnapping case? And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop-off. Let's see, I checked that money is all there, safe inside the suitcase. I see you're using your gift immediately, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper. Which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. Do you see where we are? Wait. I don't... This is the Blue Badger Park. At least, I know that it would probably be called that, but I don't think I've ever actually been here before. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place, after all. Welcome to Gatewater Land! Alright. Instead of Watergate, it's Gatewater, because... oh, thank you. And a big hello to you! I'm the Proto Badger! Nice to meet you! Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture of you. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day! Hello. Who are you? You're not Ernest Amano. Sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. I know what you were wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time. Ah! Edgeworth speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. I've arrived. Go inside. What is this dismal place? That's it. Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Leave the money and go now. Gah. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. Hi, Mitsuru. How are you? Oh my goodness. Playing Mina the Howler. You know, I don't think I've ever heard of that game. What is that? Oh my gosh, it's such a girly pop, though. It just came out today. Really? You know what? I'm going to take a look at this now. Wait, that's not that. I'm taking a look. Oh! It's like it knew. It's like it... Oh! This has like such a... Oh god, what is it? Like, this makes me think of like one of those like old school like Legend of Zelda games. Kinda, sorta. It looks really cute and retro. I kinda like it. I'm gonna put that on my wish list. And that's what I thought too, and it was advertised like. It's a Souls-like from the Shovel Knight team. It looks really neat though. I do like the concept of it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. Oh! It was a trap! Damn you, Blue Badger! I did tune the game down because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not down for a Souls-like when I was looking for a Zelda-like. You know, that's so fair. Mitsuru, I'm gonna smooch you though, regardless. That guy. Betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal... Who is that? What are they talking about? Spilt, police. Split, police. Alright. In front of meetup. I can't move my body. I fear I may have fainted again. Where am I? That's one cool blue badger. I have Panda to watch Panda. Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a civil affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful... Zaibatsu? The Amano group. What the fuck is a Zaibatsu? Kelta! How you doing, sweetie? Kelta, I want to smooch you. 'Cause you're cute. Gay yaoi of Edge and Phoenix, uh-huh. But aside from that, I also owed him a great debt of gratitude. For a hi, because I got a lyric. Ah, you currently up yourself? Mm-hmm. Well, just make sure you know that I love you, and I hope you're doing well and have fun. Mwah. His only son, Lance, has been kidnapped. Oh, hold on. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help. Come help me, I must escape somehow. Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way. I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. Ugh, must be worn out from today's ordeal, Focus Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagarasu. Great thief? And did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, okay? Good, glad that's settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you would be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know. This rope goes through here, and there you go. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. Oh, it's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Yatagarasu is a three-legged crow in Japanese mythology believed to be a messenger of Amasukami, particularly Amasuru. Ugh. Why is everything so complicated to say? Now then, what questions should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet you're really a thief are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it, you think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a tough time believing. I am the real genuine Yatagarasu, you know. Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me yet. When you said you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you're the Yatagarasu? Yep, the most righteous of the righteous, the legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently, so I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. But don't worry, I got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it. There's just no reasoning with a prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing, and what would that be? But that's going to have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there's one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So, you never told me your name. You never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor. Ah, I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Now I remember. How could you remember something I just told you? But she sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here. It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way! I don't hear you! La 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 la. Okay, do you remember where you came in from, right? It looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Oops, slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but look around and see if we can't find another way out. Can I just pick up my phone now? Isn't this my phone? Just boost her up, Miles! God, I fucking love Kay. It looks like it's made it through this ordeal intact. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. Ah, but we do have a way, right here. There's a cell phone here this whole time? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Are you okay? I was so worried, sir! I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta, What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Shilong Lang of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edward. I've heard a great deal about you. So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime is a crime, whether it's a local or a global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Lang Zi says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. I'm out of Panda to watch Panda with? Uh-huh. Oh, I have a dog that's all barky. Hold on. I need to... just have to, like, be like... It's like, what do you want, dog? Because I know that she's excited because her owner is coming home, but I'm just like, just wait a few seconds, you weirdo. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you, eventually. You! What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! It doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find a way out. What is this? It looks like the Bad Badger, and it looks as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, huh? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? The head was left in the isolation room. The Bad Badger. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over to and out the window if we climb this. I'm thinking, and if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. Thanks, this little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck! Count on it. Great thief Yataxara spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies! Here I go! As I thought, the speed was definitely not made for climbing. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the Blue Badger, it's his whole family, too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Take a picture of every member of the Badger family and receive a prize. There's only one of each of the 4 family members wandering through the park. Best of luck. Well, there's a costume head behind over there. Why not start with a picture of that? Can't do that. That's cheating. There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badges, there's one sitting against a wall in the haunted house. Seriously? But somehow I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? We could paint help in really giant letters? And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, how about we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. I think it's a pink badger costume. Pink badger. You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on the whole Badger clan with this. What is this thing? Proto-Badger, the very first Badger. Bad Badger, a vile criminal with a gun. Blue Badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. Pink Badger, note her unique pink bow. Think of this as a Bible for all those things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Whatever, I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. It looks like the Badger family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty, which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these badges the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater Group owes the police. Probably because the Gatewater Group owes the police from all those cases they solved. They have all the power of the state, and they used it to make a theme park. It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped, double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy from just the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Oh, like a key. What have we here? Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. That something is what is relevant to my interests. This is the pink badger, but since it has the same design, doesn't it seem false to call this one a female? You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See, lipstick. Actually, Edgeworth is making a very good point. That how hard they have to try to distinguish her as being a female when it's like, the difference in the designs is basically nothing. What, she has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? This is that blue badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off of the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe you'd be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think that there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it, I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. Huh. Look, it's the Blue Badger! I suppose even this thing could be popular with women. My nemesis! What in the... Why is she beating it up? He's got the word badger right in his name. That's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And to think he's out there wandering around in this park. I'd better be careful or he's going to arrest me by the power of his name alone. I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. Sorry, I just like looking at all these ones because it makes me smile. I think that's everything. It is! Man, why did they have to put the windows so high up anyway? She really said ACAB without even knowing it. Yep. Went into goofy-ass Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 scenarios about cops. Also, hi Happy, how are you doing? I've been doing pretty okay. How was the thing supposed to make her daring escape? I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Ha, that's pretty clever. You make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name with thief in the same sentence again. Let's see, I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. Man, why did they have to make this such gigantic lockers anyway? Even if we want to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Is that right? Lockers! The beam I was tied to. Okay. Sorry, we wanted to say footholds, and I was just like... Actually, what about lockers in Tiny Key? Really? Really? You mean the key is not for... Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that, they left! It almost seems as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot. Oh, can we peer into the room the kidnappers were in from there? Don't rest assured until I inspect every suspicious nook and cranny. Is that what I think it is? It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves. Can they stand on their head by chance? It's a costume head, it's not gonna be that sturdy. No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. Ooh! I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. There's a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold a propped up floor panel in place. Reminds me. Did you find something useful, Mr. Edward? Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint to how we can get out of here. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. The beam I was tied to and the open floor panel. Logic! This hook on this beam. I know I already tried, but there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. I mean, even you have to admit when something's not possible. I wasn't about to suggest that again, rather that it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up, which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this top. Alright, then let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call a treasure. Wow, this must be another entrance to a secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch! Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Ah, fiddlesticks! The tiny key and the underground entrance! I believe you're up, Kay. Why me? Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha! Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. Alright, I got the secret door open, and now? Wait! Are you alright, Kay? I'm fine, let her just slipped is all. Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? It's really dark and cramped down here, so I doubt there's an exit. I can't believe what happened. You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No way! I mean, how was I supposed to know that the ladder is removable? I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kate. Oh, so how are we going to bust out? It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see. If we use this... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well, then what are we waiting for?
Brilliant! Eureka!
Alright, now we can get out of here! Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage and a mysterious Interpol agent. case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to its resounding end. 10-gallon hat salon. Cat. Cat. Kitty cat. It looks like it stopped raining for now. Yeah, and thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth! I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's,
Count off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
98, 99. Shifu, all 99 members are here and accounted for, sir.
Why are you here? What the heck do you mean you're done counting my cubs off like that? Every person's a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Shifu! Shifu! You're Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address your Shifu so rudely? Zhang Xi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respects towards another person. Sheena? This isn't much, but please accept my cup. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. You all see that just now? That is the proper way for 2 people to show their respect. Keep that in mind, you'll get far in life, got it? Ah, that's right. Francisca did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Jingfa. Apparently this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor or two about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? But you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you're gonna solve it faster, pal? The comic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliche. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case, and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Ackby Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Francisca and a 3rd person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapping is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare to mock the court? I do, and I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him?
Alright, man, good job in the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Sir! Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand?
Wait.
Mr. Edgeworth. It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here, and completely out of the blue at that? I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. I am still alive.
I'm glad you're still alive, Jack. Hello. Okay, I'm going to very quickly... I'm gonna go quickly do something. I will be, like, right back. Hold on. I have returned! I had to grab a quick drink, and then I also had to remember to take some of my meds today. Because, of course, I was just like, I don't think I took my meds! I need to go do that now! Alright. Edgeworth? Great job, Detective. Sir! For losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir! I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm going to show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand. But why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? That, I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the phone call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda, so the question is, what is he after? Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that girl over there, I mean? I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant. Hey, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, me! It's been like that since forever! Sorry, I just stole your supporting role. Oh, can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I love how this is a very meta discussion. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted and making sure she serves out her sentence. Oh, come on. It'll be fun. Like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet. No way. No, I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. At least I don't have to present, like, evidence like that.
Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around. I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. That's alright, it's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. So, what are you going to do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on, you can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go. But you're a self-reported thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief, I'm the Yatagarasu. And as I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is only after one and only one thing. What is this one and only one thing that you're after? Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth. I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. Yatagarasu liked to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yagatari was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? But that can't be, can it? Lance! Lance, where are you, son? Why do I feel like I'm suddenly in a Yoshi game? Mr. Amano. Ah, Miles, my boy, I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after your return. For you, Mr. Amano, I'd gladly offer my assistance. I don't think his ears are long enough. Stop it. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office, and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. Wait, are we talking about a previous game, or is this just like background story? No. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you only need to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time. This does sound kind of like Yoshi music. Yes, it's like, I feel like I should be on Yoshi's Island right now. And just being like... I don't... So, who's the old man? He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Jeez, I missed my poor boy dearly. Terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. Hold on there! What happened to all that money? I believe the $1 million has been stolen, and that the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Don't you have anything to give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive me, Mr. Amano. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. It was yesterday. A call came to the house. Miles Edgeworth investigating on Yoshi Island. You know, it could happen. You never know. From the receiver came from the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy.
You know, it would be nice if somebody told me that I was muted! Ah! Oh wait, no, actually, I think my mic just got muted. Wait, how did that happen? Oh, I see now. I see now. I understand what I did wrong. Okay, so I muted like for just a second there, which is silly. That was just so weird. Whatever. I was about to say, okay, I thought I was muted for a little bit longer, but then it's like, oh wait, no. It was probably literally the span of like a couple of conversation pieces, which is like, okay, that's fine. That's silly of me, but it's, you know, it's just like, refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? I will tell you about Lance. Help me get him back. Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behaviors. Oh, well then, Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He's very much like... Oh, that was so loud. Sorry, like, I think it was like a motorcycle or something just like literally like rode by. Ugh. At least you didn't find bugs in games like Spacey does. Spacey has a very special ability that I don't think anybody can emulate. Right. He's very much like me when I was his age, kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him. Is there anything else about him you noticed of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. Oliver Deacon? He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Mr. Armano, could you please tell me a bit more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave. What about his family and friends? They said they haven't seen him. I've tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with the Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for quite sure. So even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Armano, it was my fault that the culprits escaped. Which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. Alright, well, what are we waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it. So, what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently. Which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Alright, let's get looking! Hey, you there! Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off, I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation! You imbecile! All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way! I'm not working for Wolf Boy! Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's get going. No! Boy, have I just got the job for someone of your talents. Well, that was exciting. okay. What? Can't you tell I'm ready to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on. I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you the position. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I already stole the position of assistant a while back. Huh, you're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's Yatagarasu way. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. The talented Assistant K is going to tag along no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Sorry. This entire theme just... Hey! It's the Blue Badger! Badger, get! I really don't understand why she is so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. So Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you know. He's doing that contorted, wriggling dance again. Aha! Hello, Officer Meekins. Ah! You've uncovered my undercover identity, sir! I was to remain under that head, sir! Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir! Mike Meekins reporting for duty, sir! This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we asked him? Does he have something to hide? Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time? Sir! Because I'm not a police officer right now, sir! I'm the Blue Badger! And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids! That's never a waste of time, sir! I have a dream to become as big a Detective Gumshoe, sir! I was patrolling this scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled and the kidnappers had escaped, sir! I thought maybe this was my shot at making detectives, sir! I rushed on over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone. It would seem that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir! That's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir! But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of the kidnapper, sir! I see. Agent Ling is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics. To be handled the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir! It's such an honor! How long have you been standing patrol here, officer? Sir! For about 1 little hour, sir! That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir! If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping. However, I must tell you I didn't see a thing, sir! I haven't asked you anything yet, officer.
No, but I know you will, sir! He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it, too. I patrolled the park, all while wearing this costume. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir, a lone blue badger. What did you say just now is contradictory to the facts? How so, Mr. Edgeworth? This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicted.
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement. Sir, of course, sir! If that's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor! This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait! I have been summoned. Hi, Lance! Hi, Lance, you are currently kidnapped. You don't exist right now. You said that you saw a blue badger, correct? And yet if you take a good look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premises. What, sir? Then that would mean that there are 2 blue badgers walking around, but why? Trying to not. Yeah, they're currently being. Hold on. I wonder if I have a profile picture of you. Yeah, there you are, Lanza Mono. Clearly, the second badger is the Phantom. Yep, you've been kidnapped. You also have your father, who is like a millionaire or something. I don't know. I'm just surprised that they were able to kidnap you, Lance. That's all. Can I deduce something? Do I make like this connection? A second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly the true identity of the person underneath is... Oh, I know! It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person who wore a costume to get away. Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are... a blue badger, a proto badger, and a bad badger. Yes, those 3. So, there are 3 phony badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh? Interesting. But not a pink... Yeah, because the head's still there. They bribed me with snacks. Oh shit, I hope you save me before it's too late. I'll do my best, Lance. I can't promise anything. We already talked to your father. Hey, there are a bunch of footprints in the mud over here. I remember hearing rain fall out there while I was being held in here. Yep, it's just it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground has already pretty much dried up. I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples. You know what? I bet if we followed them, we could find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of the muddy shoes. I don't think it would be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which one belong to the kidnappers. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. I think they're running out of snacks. Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning.
Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right?
Yes, more than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badges.
Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting!
So we're looking for footprints made by a costume.
Hey, I think I found them! There are 2 sets here!
Both do look like possible candidates.
This set is walking off to the west. It just stops. It can't make heads or tails of where it heads from here.
I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium.
I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Quick, Mr. Edgeworth, I got him! I got one of the culprits! Oh, no! I'm not a kidnapper, sir!
Down, Kay. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume.
Aha! Maybe they came over to this garage for something.
That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage.
Sir! Roger Wilco, sir!
Let's open the shutter and see what we find.
Maybe we find the kidnappers hiding inside. Ah!
What in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man?
It's Oliver!
Mr. Armano, are you saying that this man is...
Yes, he's my butler! How could something like this happen to him? Oh no, Lance, your butler's dead! He's not able to get you snacks!
Indeed, and why was Mr. Decon here to begin with? I'd better investigate the crime scene quickly before Agent Ling or his men return. Kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage, and right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? From my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound.
You sure are calm for someone who just found a body.
It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This is an unusually shaped pendant.
What is it? Is it something valuable?
She seems to have regained some of her composure.
It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it, and it's really pretty. Hold on, this is made of platinum silver. Nice, it is worth something after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin Devore. It's a name.
Colin Devore? But this man's name is... Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen, the other in the shoulder.
So that means he was shot twice.
No, I don't think so. I think the abdomen one is the entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound.
Nice! I knew you could figure it out.
It comes with experience. I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder, where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity.
am I deducing right now? Hold on. So what am I deducing? It started when I examined this. Do I just...
Eureka!
There's something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. But the name of the pendant is Colin Devore. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. It's shaped like a horse. Colin Devore is engraved on the back. Lance! Lance, where are you, my sweetie? Excuse me, but you are... But Dump. Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him you're in love with. Sounds like someone who doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. Lance, you have a girlfriend! My name is Lauren Pops. His girlfriend. Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and, we're not lovers or anything. We haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. It's a ring pop! Lance, you would offer a ring pop, wouldn't you? She's the killer. You know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character. Grr. May I inquire as to why you are here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately. And I begin to get really worried. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. It's so obvious. Look, even if it's obvious, we have to deduce ourselves to that point. The ring is a blow pop, I swear. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it is one of those things. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? Surprisingly, yes, considering his 600-pound ass somehow got stolen, but here we are. No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Lance! I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. He's a little hungry, probably. He definitely needs some snacks. Looks like she's gonna go back to the fair maiden love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. My men brought me up to speed over the radio. And I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now. Suspect? Who? Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us. What? Sir! I had nothing to do with it, sir! Meekins, this is like twice now. This is like twice. Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? Huh, I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors.
It's your job, after all.
Still nothing compared to Mia's track record. You're not wrong, but still.
Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom.
That's your answer?
I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field.
We don't need your logic.
All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person.
Oh, the one who works as the Steel Samurai Power. Oh yeah, Powers has also kept being suspicious.
That's how you eliminate crime from the streets.
You're such a stereotypical cop. You're like the reason why all cops are bad.
But that's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts.
That's tyranny.
I won't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Too bad you don't call the shots around here.
I see Ling is a legalist.
As I have sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. You have no honor as a member of law enforcement. You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it! You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Zi says every pack has its own rules.
It's a Chinese philosophy that basically said everyone was inherently bad, and to have an orderly and civilized society, you need harsh punishments to scare people into behaving. Ah! What do you know?
If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic!
Confucius said that's a crock of shit.
I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I could say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun.
You see, this is how we know that we're not in America. Because this is a true statement if we were in Japan. If this was Japan, this is true. But since we are technically in America because of localizations, this makes absolutely no sense.
Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? Is that your reasoning? Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment.
What's this philosophy of detainment?
You don't know? In that case, pay attention, girly. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, lang means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack.
Which is also true of Japan. Law enforcement do get guns, unlike in the UK.
And as for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Zi.
You think I've heard of him and his teachings if he is that famous.
Lang Zi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago.
Supposed to be lousy? Probably! If that's the person who developed legalism, they've always found ways to circumvent the name so then it's not a direct correlation.
To this day, the Zhangfa police still trains its recruits using this philosophies. As a Taoist philosopher, he didn't say much about society. Well, then I don't know, then. But thousands of years ago, that makes your story about as believable as fairy tales. Anything wears down and breaks over time. You really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? So, honestly, I don't know much about Taoism, if I'm being honest.
Hold it!
So, what can you tell me about the body? A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy. Oh, then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct?
Hold it!
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion.
Not so fast!
Don't pat yourself on the back yet. What's that supposed to mean? Lang Zi says search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Is that right? And what would you know about the killer?
Hold it!
It would appear you've studied a little of our laws. Studied? Who needs to study what every child on any street corner already knows? It's that Shina... The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. That's it, the Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days. I wonder if that's like the actual restriction for in Japan is called. I had to do a lot of Chinese history cultural class too, including classes that are too specifically on Taoism. Has a big influence in Shinto, actually. Interesting. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Minkins, isn't that right?
Hold it!
Is that the case? There are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I already looked into everyone else here. Oh. Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. Oh, sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me your gun! Oh! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden? Gun! What, did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir, I lost my gun, sir! How could you be so irresponsible? In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we got. You're the one who waited here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim. So you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Oh, this is a new...
Hold it!
You meant to tell me that the murder occurred here, in this garage. Long story short, the first work of writings in Japan is the Kojiki, a mytho-historical account of the Kami, Japan, and the world. The next was the Nihon Shoki,
basically a revision of the Kojiki, where they said we need to be more like China, so Senpai notices us. So they added a lot of Chinese influences to their creation stories and early mythological history to impress China. Huh. From the fact that the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found, I say that it's pretty obvious that this is the crime scene. Zhang Li says the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Hey, finally a quote I've even heard of before. Furthermore, Zhang Li says, successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. Looks like neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself on the line for Mr. Meekins? It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins. What? However, I can't simply stand by while Agent Lang ignores our country's laws. Shi Long Lang. Just what sort of investigator are you? They killed him here with his gun. Outright. Hold on. It's the scene of the crime. The preliminary findings...
Objection!
Also, hi, Retin. How are you doing? The art of yin and yang. Oh. Where blah, 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 held high positions in the court. Interesting. But that's good, though. I actually would love to talk to you about that more. I kind of actually find religion and folklore very interesting, too. I would say my hyperfixation really is more about languages, but religion and folklore is definitely a really high one for me, too. Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not impossible. That is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? Gah! So, did you notice that there was too little blood? Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't the crime scene, and if that was your men, and if it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that Officer was hanging out around here in the first place? Weird, how so? Hey you! Your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What are you doing, neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk. But sir, I really did take a walk, sir. You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligation so lightly? Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir! Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir! Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir, not you too! God, I love Lang. I mean, he's hot, but he's also very much the, like, you're the reason why all cops are bad as well. It's true, sir! I wasn't assigned to this area, sir! I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir! I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the blue Badgermobile, sir! But I got completely caught up in my roles selling dreams to the children, sir! Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir! Meetzer, I am going to just, like, toss you. What is this blue Badger mobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir! So the Blue Badger mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop? Mobile shop on 3 wheels was parked inside the Wild Wild West area garage. Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant. He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. He sure seems sure of what he's saying. And it's also a fictional character, so I can't really be too, like... I can't be too much about it. Now, real people, I will definitely throw somebody off a cliff about real people. Fictional characters, it's fine, though. Because they're fake, and they don't exist. Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer? Sir! Roger, sir! Meekin's testimony. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area. Looking for kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir. Yeah, I found myself here in this area, sir. Yeah, let's just start by pressing him.
Hold it!
Alright then, where were you assigned to? I was assigned to the main gate, sir! You must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain. Okay, then why are you here in the Wild Wild West area? It's because of a very deep reason, man! So check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. Describe for me how you conducted your investigation. Listen, if I have to make an exception for Gumshoe, I can make it for Lane. Describe for me how you conduct your investigation. Yes, sir. Well, first, I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. Well, what did you expect when you're dressed like the Blue Badger? I thought I had no choice at this point, sir, so... I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile, sir.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweetness like you've never known except in dreams, man, like innocent drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, man, like guilty jawbreakers. Selling those as I push the Blue Badger mobile along is my sworn duty, man! My role is selling dreams to the children, sir!
Hold it!
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers? No, sir, of course not, sir! I would never do something like that, sir! You're absolutely right. Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth. To be frank, I'm just a little man. I'm just a little guy, sir. I'm just a little guy. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony. Yes, sir. For I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way over here? I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks, and before I knew it, the good old drop kick, I just shot my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir! That's right, sir! That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held up high, officer. It sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Meekin's story. I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans. Didn't I already prod him, like, to death at this point?
Hold it!
described for me? Well, first, I made sure there was no suspicious thing, and it seems like little girls around me.
Hold it!
What exactly we're doing? Wait a minute. Hold on. He got caught up selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile.
Hold it!
Ah, I didn't mean to press that one. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to present. Was parked inside the Wildlife Rest area garage. So do I present this or something else?
Objection!
Nope, it is that one. Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir, I'm lying, sir? Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, then what's it doing here inside the garage? Yeah! Actually, I had just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized that the Blue Badger mobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which would mean it was perhaps stolen. And that's when I came back to this area thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But then when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir...
Not so fast!
A likely story. Who do you think is gonna buy such a convenient tale as that? What exactly is so convenient about this story? Car getting stolen? It's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used alright. To move the dead body. What? You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins. And then you used the Blue Badger meal to transport it all the way here. You think too highly of this stuff? Honestly, though, yeah. Now then, you're coming with me. But it wasn't me, sir! The killer, sir! It wasn't me, sir! Agent Lang, wait. What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth. I told you, truth schmooth, I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to autopsy, and you guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations? Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. Now, be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight if you don't. I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. To be continued. Oh wow, it is like 11. I ain't really getting into this. Fine, Edgeworth is so having a gay panic now that his boyfriend Phoenix left him. Stop it. You stop that, Blush. Oh my god, what am I doing today? Okay. Ooh. As a matter of fact, now would not be a terrible time for me to... This is actually probably a really good stopping point for me, though. I will not lie. This is a good stopping point. I could definitely go and bother some people and some friends. You know, I haven't rated them in a long time, even though they are fucking loud as shit. And I do love them, but still.
You know what? I think I will raid into them because it's been a while, and I'm actually kind of in a mood for pure fucking chaos today. I did have a ton of fun today. Thank you. Hold on. Let me, like, close the window. And then... There we go. Resume relaxing music. Okay. Okay, we're gonna actually raid into Jal. I haven't raided into him in a while. He's currently playing his spooky game. And I am going to have to warn you all, Jal is usually a very loud person, so you're probably going to have to make sure to turn it down a lot. Because that's just unfortunately how he is. But I feel like the mood of listening to pure fucking chaos right now. Which is usually what he is. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here with me today. I'm actually not sure. Tomorrow I might even play more Mahjong even. I'm very tempted to maybe do that. I might also be tempted to play more Vermintide too. I don't know. I do want to at least play one of these things. Thank you all so much for being here though. I love you all. I hope to see you tomorrow as we play one of those two games. For now, I'm going to just chill out for the rest of the night. You guys have a good rest of your day. Until next time, everybody, I love you. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.